Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, good afternoon, good morning! You are watching Computerized Start Live, and I have started earlier than normal, which is good, because I had a few technical difficulties. So if you are not watching this on Twitch, because I'm not multi-streaming, well, I apologize. But apparently my scheduled stream with Polystreamer expired because I moved the start time, and well, so I'm not multi-streaming. Well, I guess they'll just have to come to YouTube and subscribe here. I'd like to welcome Thomas and Jeremy. Welcome. I am somewhat not surprised you two are here. But anyways, I have the Atari 400 on the workbench. I have not done anything to it since it was last on the channel. In fact, I didn't even remove Space Invaders out of the cartridge slot. We'll hold on to that for later. You know, why? All right. You know, I keep. Oh, there we go. Hold on. I'm making a slight technical adjustment. There we go. I think every time I bump the camera there, actually, that didn't quite fix it. I have to say my hat has gotten cut off. There we go. That's a little better. All right. Hi, Adam. Welcome. I've got the Atari 400 on the workbench. It's powered by the venerable 6502. Actually, this is the original 6502 that was in the Atari 400, so it is back. Because I think last time I had this on the workbench, I was borrowing parts to debug the Franklin Ace. So the 6502 that was originally here is back. Hi, Garth. Welcome. So I have some fun upgrades. And if I get through these, then I have a floppy drive. Even though I don't have any disks to test with it. Let's see here. In no particular order, I have all right. So the first upgrade. Hi, Trina. Welcome. See if I can get this box open. So the first upgrade I have is, and Jeremy shared this with me, and I found the Tindy store, which I guess I'll have to put a link in the description at some point. But it is a 48K RAM card for the Atari 400. So it requires I'll have to add a couple wires to the underside of the motherboard, but it will plug in and give the Atari 400 enough RAM to run just about anything. And I have a internal audio board from the Brewing Academy. It is in this anti-static bag here. So let me get audio out, I believe, while preserving the SIO audio. So, got that. I have the Brewing Academy's Brian's Ultimate Atari Video. So this will give me not only composite, but S-video. I know. 48K, that is madness. Will it run Quake? Maybe if there's an earthquake? I have a capacitor kit. Woohoo. And then if I get to it, I've got a capacitor kit for the Atari 1050 that I have, and also a new belt. So, let's see here. And also well, just trying to make sure I've got everything that I need. So, one thing that I do need to do is find the instructions for the RAM upgrade. Let's see here. And while I pull those up, I will also copy the link to the Tindy store where I bought that. Oh, no, I do not want to sell on Tindy. I want my purchases. There we go. And all right. So here is so basically I'm turning yes, Adam, I'm turning my 400 into an 800, except for the keyboard. It'll still have that wonderful keyboard. But I think Jeremy's working on something about that. So that is the RAM expansion. It is $30 on Tindy from seller 5C Fab. They are based in the US. Shipping's $10. I think for $40 you get it on Tindy. Now the seller also sells them on eBay, but I think on eBay you'll pay $45. So if you want the best price, buy it on Tindy. That probably goes to show how much eBay takes from every sale. All right. I thought we would start with that upgrade. So it will take the place of this 16K card, which I will hold on to in case I need it in the future. I probably won't. Well, I guess if I got an Atari 800 that didn't have all the memory cards, I think that card's compatible. It would work in a pinch. All right. So, the wonder of modern marvels. There we go. So this is going to be a really cute little card. That one static RAM chip there, probably a 64K static RAM chip if I had to guess, or possibly bigger. And yet this board probably draws less power than this board does with the what memory chips are those? NM5290. Yeah, there we go. So I will put this original board in the box. That the upgrade card. No, I won't. I don't think the board will fit. Oh, maybe it will. Yeah, it will. It just barely fits. All right. I will. Let me tape it closed so I don't lose the board. Adam's 800 was a later model, so it came with the 3 bare 16K boards. Yeah, probably. I think it's the same board. Yeah, this. I think this 48K upgrade would work in an Atari 800 if for some strange reason you had to use it in an 800. No, actually, I think they've got a no, they've got a different one for the 800. So I guess if you had an 800 that had bad RAM or something and you wanted to get one of these, they actually have a separate listing for the 800 that comes with the jumper board you'll need. So I think the card is more or less the same, but you need a jumper. And I think this goes in like the second RAM slot and the jumper goes in the first or something like that. But in this case, this one just goes right there. Now, we can't install that board straight away, we do need to install some jumpers. And actually, oh yeah, Adam reminded me. Yeah, if you had an earlier 800, they only had 16K and 2 empty slots. Yes, I believe you're correct, Adam. So I guess if you did get an 800 and it turned out to be one of the earlier ones that just had 16K of RAM, because either somehow it was never upgraded or the eBay seller actually knew what they had and pulled the upgrades and sold them separately, shame on them. Yes, you could use that card and then have, and I doubt the Atari branded RAM goes as cheap. All right, now to install this, the installation instructions are much like the original Atari 400 upgrade kit, because apparently Atari did sell a RAM expansion kit for the Atari 400 that upgraded it to 48K. That was professional installation recommended, of course. So I will need to cut some jumper wires. And I'll just use this wire because that's close to what Atari would have shipped with it. Because this is, well, I don't know what gauge these wires are, but Atari, according to the instructions, Atari shipped 30 gauge wire, and I think these are, I think this might be 24 gauge. Anyways, it's close enough. Hi, Eric. Welcome. I am trying to figure out what I need. So if you order that memory board from Tindy, they'll send you a link to the instructions. Or actually, I think the link's on their website. You'll need jumper wires. The instructions tell you how to disassemble the 400, which I've already done. Set the motherboard solder side down. Wait a minute, why is it? Let's see, remove the RAM and CPU boards. Okay. Solder the 4 pre-cut jumper wires in place on the motherboard as shown in photos 4 and 4A. All right. Okay, so I will make these custom wires. So basically, what these jumper wires are doing is they're going to connect 4 signals on the cartridge slot, which I suspect if I toned them out, they're probably not routed to the memory slot. In fact, actually, well, one of them right away I can see there is definitely a, looks like there's nothing connected to it. Let me zoom in here. So here is the cartridge slot. Here's the memory slot. And so we're going to have to connect this pin here, which I don't know where it goes to currently, but we need to connect it to pin R on the memory. Yeah, pin R. Oh. And they're not numbered. Of course, they're not numbered. Okay. Wire A into slot B. Key instructions. Yeah, actually, I probably could. So I guess here's the instructions. So here's the area that they have enlarged. So enhance. Actually, I do need to shrink that just a little bit so I can fit it all on the screen. So pin 1 here needs to go to pin R. And of course, they don't have the pins you're not connecting to labeled. That would be too easy. Pin 12 goes here to N. Pin 14 goes to M. And pin A here goes to T. Now the problem I see here is, let's see, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Huh. Let me guess, they skipped the vowels, but not A. Of course, they wouldn't skip A. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N. Of course, and they skip O and Q. P, R, S, T. Okay. Yeah, totally not confusing. I am going to nail this first try for sure. I should probably print that off and yeah, I'm gonna screw it up. Okay. So I'm looking here. Wonder what color jumper wires best says Atari. Oh, you can't see the jumper wires that I have. Of course, I could also go by which one do I have the most wire on. Actually, you know, I'll just use different color wires so I can make sure each of these goes to the right place. Why not? No one will ever see it. Why didn't they just use numbers? Yeah, I know, seriously. Probably so you take one look at the instructions and say, let's take this to the Atari repair center and have them install this. This looks confusing. So this wire here will solder that in there, and then I will run it, and it'll take it there, and then looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. It's like it's 7 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So go, I think it goes like about there. No. Goes there. Now I'm trying to see if I have like a permanent marker or something. Oh, no, of course, I probably don't have a permanent marker down here. That would be too simple. I may have to go run upstairs and get one. In fact, I may go just send this to the printer and grab a marker while I'm up there. Or I'll do something just as good. Here we go. Gaff tape works for marking positions on the floor and for giving you a writable surface for when you can't find the permanent marker, but are sure that you have something somewhere on your workbench that will leave some sort of a mark. Or maybe not. Ah. All right. I am just going to buy a large box of pencils next time I go somewhere that has a large box of pencils or pens or something. Because I'm going to conduct an experiment. I will put a large box of pencils in my tool chest and then see at the end of the year how many have migrated to other parts of the house. I think over the course of a year, I will probably find that they have all migrated upstairs. That is my hypothesis. Okay. I thought, oh, there it is. Okay. I found my pencil. All right. Now, I know I'm writing the letters above this first row of pins, but that's only because I don't think I'll be able to write on the second ones. Yeah. Yeah, all but the stumpy ones without an eraser. Yeah, you're right there, Eric. So, okay, A, B, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N, P, R, S, T. Ah, guess what? If you number the rest of them, it looks like you do U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. So yeah, great lettering scheme, Atari. If you're gonna do something that weird, you got to put all the pins in the document. Now, those letters are for the second row of pins because the first row is numbered 1 through 22, which they clearly show in the instructions. Yeah, it's missing IO. All right. And just for sanity reasons, at least while I trim the wires to fit before I actually install them, or actually even while I install them, I'm just going to go ahead and give myself a little reference below the expansion connector. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I can't write small enough. So let me do it this way. There we go. I think I can. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. And that's not going to be visible. Okay. Well, at least I gave myself the letter reference so that I can the numbered pins are pretty easy because 2 of them are the first pin on each of the 2 rows. I also just remembered why I was thinking I wanted to stop in Home Depot while I was out today. Oh well. So this wire I'm going to put here, and I'm going to attempt to route this wire up that way, and it needs to go here. Yeah, I think the thing I wanted to go stop at Home Depot for was the see if they had any of the hot glue guns that go with my Ryobi tool set in stock. So I could use that to tack leads down. I guess I'll just have to use Kapton tape. That was most of the way to Home Depot. Yes, this is required, Jeremy, because these four signals are not routed to the memory card, and these are the can't remember what. I think these might be the extra address signals or the oh, they may also be the cartridge. Like there's like a cartridge disable signal. But yeah, the if you look at the Tindy page, it does tell you need to add these jumper wires. All right. Yeah, basically these are signals that I think on the Atari 800 would be routed to the slots, because if you install or if you use a cartridge, I think some of these signals are the signals that tell the RAM card to unmap from part of the memory space so that you can use the cartridge. Yeah, I think without these signals, you will only. I don't remember. I don't know if without these signals, if you only get 16K, or if without these you can't use. You get 48K, but you're gonna have problems if you try to use a cartridge. I don't know which is the correct case. Yeah, even if you were buying the Atari upgrade, you'd have to. If back in the day Atari sold the 48K upgrade for the 400, you'd have to install these jumpers too, because these are signals that were not routed to the cartridge slot. I could probably take a moment and tell you exactly what signals these are. I'm just glad though Atari did at least make the diagram from the view of the back of the board. That is at least one good thing they did. Also, I'll just use Kapton tape to hold these wires in place when I'm done. All right. Well, that's not the best looking. Yeah, I know. Actually, I better use some flux. Oh. Let me make that look just a little bit better. All right. All right. Let me All right, there we go. Should be R. It's I did this one. So A goes to R. I'll get or one goes to R. I'll get the so it actually that is correct. That one goes the 9th pin. I'll get the 7th pin one momentarily. So I did 1 to R. Oh, that's not good. Oh, mistake? Well, I've already made a mistake. Okay. All right. I gotta go upstairs and grab solder braid because it looks like I forgot to bring it downstairs. Yeah, all right. Yep, I forgot to bring my solder braid downstairs. I had to order more. Let me see, are there any? Yep, I gotta go upstairs. Because I've already, that wire's shorting somewhere else, so, okay. Yeah, Jeremy, I'm trying not to. Well, so far. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah. Alright, let's try another jumper wire. Let me see if I can... Let me make sure that those two pins were... Okay, I was correct. Those are not connected. Um... Oh, good. That might help a little. No, that didn't help any. Well, I'm looking at Atari's reference, and that's kind of how they showed that wire connected. Because we've got one wire, so this wire goes to here, and then pin 12 here goes to in. Pin 14 goes to M, so there's actually two wires that are going to have to cross each other, and I was trying not to make a third wire crossing here because I don't remember how much clearance there is in the bottom of the case for wires. Maybe there is enough room. All right, well, let me see what I can come up with. Okay, well, maybe, let me see if I go this way. This needs to go to R. All right, Eric, I'll, I guess, see you in a little while. All right, there we go. I think that's one jumper wire. And I think well, that via, I think, was oh yeah, that via was connected, so there should be a connection there. Okay, so there's one pin. Now, just to make it easier to tell that the 4 jumpers are going to the correct place, for jumper pin 2, I'm going to use a different color wire. Let's see here, 12. Right, and then that needs to go to pin in. So pin in. Actually be a whole lot easier to reach if I route it right about like that. we go. Pin in. Well, that's good to hear, Garth. Guess that's one step closer to getting it working. Yep. Let's see. So pin 14 there goes to M. Maybe. Maybe that's better right there. All right, and finally, this pin A here. So I'll take up and around and back. This goes to pin T. Guess we'll take that around and there we go. Like right there. All right. I think there's our 4 jumpers. So let me double check. I've got one is going to R. 12 is going to N. 14 is going to M. And A is going to T. Yep. All right, we'll see you later, Garth. All right, there we go. Flux is cleaned off. All right. So now if I were wanting to test this, that would be I'll put that on later. Oh, I guess when Eric said he was getting dinner for these sick people, he was not exaggerating. Well, I hope everyone gets better, Eric. All right. Let me see if I can find a cartridge here that will possibly tell me the amount of memory that's free. I think the basic cartridge will. Let's see, that's not the basic cartridge. That's not. There we go. Oh, except that, that's going to be hard to test without the... I don't want to drag a TV over here. I guess I might have to drag a TV over here. I want to test that before I install the... Yeah, alright. I guess I'll, because I want to test that before I go on to the next thing, so let me, let me drop that board into this bottom of the case where I've got the RF cable. And I guess I'll go get the TV that's sitting over there. I guess I should put that back on the board too, because this... There we go. I won't be able to get the cartridge in without it. There we go. Okay, that's the basic cartridge. There's the RF signal cable. All right, let me go grab my little TV that hopefully still has the adapter on the back of it for plugging that in. Yes, it does. All right. Now what I did with the remote is anyone's guess. Let's see here. And the Atari power brick. All right. Turn the TV on. Okay, let's see here. Turn the TV down. Well, first of all, do that. Okay. Oh. Okay, now that felt better. No. Okay, the Atari is not turning on. Let me see if I can figure out what's wrong. Let's see. So let's see. This should be 9 volts AC adapter. Yeah. Okay. So I did plug the adapter in. All right. Okay. Well, I don't see the LED on. All right, well, let me, Oh, maybe my tape must have failed on the, that was it. I had a piece of tape over the switch, and the tape gave way. Oh, well, I have a ready prompt. I guess Atari Basic doesn't tell you how much memory is installed. Okay, well, I guess the important thing is I have a video signal, so I didn't completely mess up. I guess we'll have to figure out if we have 48K of RAM later. All right. All right, well, I guess the next upgrade, which will make it easier to do things. Turn the TV off there. Is I guess I guess I'll do whichever one's on top. The Ultimate Atari Video upgrade. Why not? This one actually came with a printed manual. All right. All right. That is not an iPad mini, Retro Techie. Although I guess I could see how you might confuse it for one at your young age. This is an Atari 400. And I am just doing silly upgrades to an Atari 400. When I'm done, it will be at least as good as an Atari 800. All right, Atari 400. Recommended board plug-in. I think I did order the plug-in board. Let's see, the easiest installation is put the UAV into the 4050 socket, but if you want to keep the RF output, then you'll need to solder the socket on top of the 4050 and then mount the UAV on top of it. Well, that's just silly, so... Yeah, so it's iPad Air. Oh, Retro Techie, you're so funny. Yes, that iPad Air could run circles around this thing, but that's not the point of this thing. All right, so to install this, I need to install a wire, which is happily provided. Well, Retro Techie, I have one Atari 400. It's not better than your two 600 XLs. But what's the saying? A bird in the hand beats two in the bush. I actually have an Atari 400. I don't have a 600 XL, so I'm going to make do with what I have. So, it's actually a cool little board. Maybe I should zoom in just a little bit if anyone's curious. So I think this is the, yeah. So this will plug into this socket here. And I'll have to check the jumper settings because I don't know that they're correct for the 400. But it's got a few logic chips. In fact, I think it might actually have a surface mount version of this chip on it, maybe. Can't tell what that is. And then there's some more down there. Anyway, so this takes the signals that go into the 4050, and it also, I have to connect the color signal, which is not coming into this chip, and then it will give S-video and composite out. So, let's go ahead and carefully remove that chip, and then I will stick it on my anti-static pad of all my spare components. There we go. Whoops. It's a little too over-enthusiastic. Luckily, nothing broke. All right. The Ultimate Atari video board is in. Let's see here. Connect a wire to the left side of C187. Did I do something silly? Probably. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, so this green component here is C187. And I need to solder a wire to the left side of it, so maybe I shouldn't have plugged the UAV board in. All right, Trino, I'll see you later. Maybe I should just go ahead and remove that board and this board, make it a little easier to work. Well, now, Retro Techie, this thing can't run HyperCard, so I don't know that Eric would want it. Besides, it's the only Atari I have. Yeah, see. I don't know that I would want to wish Atari Basic on anyone when in reality, all the platforms that actually succeeded, I think, had Microsoft Basic available. I mean, even Apple licensed Microsoft Basic. Although I think Commodore had the best idea. Microsoft, we will pay for a license of Basic per version of Basic. Microsoft's probably thinking, oh, well, Commodore's a successful company. They will release mini computers that will have enhanced features and they will need additional versions of Basic. And, of course, Commodore, like, nope, we're good. They just kept shipping that same version of Microsoft Basic to so many computers. All right. Commodore figured out how to save money on licensing. There we go. Meanwhile, I'd knock over all the important boards for the Atari 400. I'll just set them right there where I won't... Yeah. There we go. This wire is the color in. Atari Basic is the new scratch. All right. Oh, let's see here. Make sure the UAV jumpers are set for the 400 and install it in the socket. Oh. I knew I was getting ahead of myself. All right, so the jumpers... For the 400... Let's see here. It looks like... Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, jumpers are totally wrong. All right, so for the Atari 400, it looks like, according to this diagram, I need to put a jumper here, here, cross that way, here, and here. There we go. Now that should be jumpered for the 400. Yes, all right. Green terminal should be facing away from me, except I have everything upside down, so it actually should be facing towards me. Put the color in wire in the rightmost terminal. Which is going to be the leftmost terminal for me. And this is where I'm probably going to quickly see that... Oh, actually, I think I do have a screwdriver that'll fit that. All right. Excellent. Okay, so... I don't know if there is any benefit to having a short wire, but I'm going to... go. Ooh, well, all right, let's try that again. Oh. Oh, interesting. All the terminals were screwed closed already. Interesting. All right. Yes, when using these style terminals, it helps to make sure that it's actually open, because the wire will fit into the closed position, but that's underneath the part that grabs the wire, so your wire will just spring right back out like it did for me. Oh, Eric, it is so wonderful that I have both you and Retro Techie. And I'm hoping that everyone that went to go get food is back soon for more company. Actually, Jeremy might be there too, unless I missed him departing. Ground, chroma, luma, composite, and a second ground. All right. I now need to go find the cables that I bought just for this. Yeah, Jeremy's still here, see? Jeremy probably wants to see how well these work, because then he'll, if they work nice, he'll probably add them to his list for his Atari 400. And if they don't work good, then he'll cross them off his list, probably. All right, now I gotta remember what I did with my video cables. Oh, well, go for it, Jeremy. I gotta remember what I did with the cables that I bought for using for this project. Let's see, I don't think that's one. I went to the thrift shop and I went through their bin of cables. And oh, that was not good. That was the screws for some project. Oh. Hold on. I gotta pick up the screws I just knocked onto the floor. And I'm sure I will remember what they go to at some point. Oh, actually, I think I do know what these go to. And I guess if I was going to knock screws over, I think those are the screws that go to my all-in-one for my thread ripper. But those are the screws that I didn't need. And now it's time for ASMR with Justin. Today's ASMR sound is me knocking everything over as I try to remember where I put the cables I bought from the thrift shop. You'll hear crashes, you'll hear bounces, you might even hear glass breaking if I knock the right thing over. And at some point I'll probably remember the cables I'm looking for are upstairs. Because, of course, they would be. Yes. Yes, yes. Of course. I would do that, yep. Well, I've got two S-video cables here, but I think those are the S-video cables I bought in case I need an ADB cable. All right, I am going to go upstairs real quick and go see if I can't find the cables that are actually probably sitting upstairs. Yes. Cables. I bought plenty of cables when I was at the thrift shop last. I got a printer cable. You never know when you might need one of those. I got a component video cable. It was $3 for 6 feet. Seemed decent. Got a AT133 cable. $2. Considering you don't find those every day, I went ahead and grabbed one. Let's see here. I think some of these are the cables I bought that might actually get spliced. And then I got a really flimsy composite video cable. It was $0.25. I got this cable here, which actually has a, well, I guess an audio and a video cable on it. And it was, oh, I think they charged me $2 for it. But it had both cables on it. It's some proprietary cable. I figured no big loss if it gets cut in the name of science. I think another cheapo composite video cable is 50 cents. Yeah, sometimes their pricing's weird. I got an S-video cable that was $0.25. And then actually, I was almost tempted to just use this cable and make my Atari 400 S-video out only. It is an 8-foot cable. It was $2. But at one point, this was a very expensive cable because this is a monster cable. I'm actually tempted to just use S-video and not try to pass composite out. Because I got the audio cable, I got to pass it out somehow. I think that's why I bought this funky cable here. So maybe I will use the composite. Because I think that is because I knew I'd need to pass an audio out. So this one I bought to sacrifice for the composite and audio, and then S-video. Although this cable might be hard to finagle in the case, so maybe I will have to just use the 50-cent one or 25-cent one, which is probably 6 feet. Anyways, I have a few cables to choose from. Yes, that's why I bought them multiples. Keep my options open because I don't know what I'll manage to be able to use. So, all right. But because I do need to install the audio adapter, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at that. All right. Okay, so it came already heat shrinked together, so I just need to somehow get some wires to plug into that. All right. Unfortunately, this didn't include any wires for connecting it, so I'm going to have to see if I have some jumper wires that are of decent enough quality. I should somewhere. we go. Well, he tricked it so nicely, but there we go. I was having trouble reading the silk screen. Okay, so pin 1 is actually there to pin 5. Hey, 1-Bit Fever Dreams. All right. So there we go. All right, there we go. All right, so I got my jumper wires here. And let me see where these have to go. So I think all of these connections are down around this area of the board. So pin 1, which is going to be the orange wire, and I picked that because so I'd remember that pin 5 needs to go to this, which is the audio connector. So pin 1 goes to the front side of R160, which is going to be right there. Pin 2 needs to go to the front side of R170. Which I'm expecting is going to be another resistor running front to back the way that's described. That's not it. $170, $70. SI audio, right side. Oh, right side of 170. I misread the directions. Okay. So, yeah, no, so many resistors. So, right side of R170, I think that's coming off the SIO port, which is going to be some of the pins on this connector. So, it's probably... right here it is, R170. So it's going to be that pin right there. Although the instructions say that I might have more volume if I attach the wire to Q106, which is right here, and it would be the right leg when facing the flat face of the transistor. But quite honestly, I think R170 is easier to get to, so I'll just attach it to R170. Okay. Pin 3, right side of C182, which I think is it's C183 right there. So C182 might actually be this one that I had to replace because I broke it. Yeah, I think it's that one right there. And hey, Retro Tech Chris, welcome. Yes. Yes. And then pin 4 goes to the left side of C182. Interesting. Oh, that's because it's getting ground and 5 volts off of that location. Okay, that makes sense. All right. So, one of my wires goes here. 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 And then one of the wires goes to the phono plug. Got it. Oh. And there's a picture that shows pin 1 that I could have, if I'd read the directions fully, I would have seen it. So actually, if anyone's wondering what the board looks like under the heat shrink tubing, it's not that complex. All right. Now, of course, the other thing is I'm not exactly sure where I'm going to want to attach this, but it is in heat shrink tubing. So I'll probably just... Will it fit there? That might be that might not actually be a bad place for it, right there. Or is that going to interfere with the metal RF shield that's got to go around the cartridge port? Well, if that doesn't interfere with it, that's actually a really good place for it. Because that would mean the audio, that board would be under the RF shield. And I could just use a little Kapton tape to hold it there. Let me see here. So, why don't I put this back together? Oh yeah, okay, I think that'll work. Oh yeah, because this metal actually fits on the inside of the plastic piece. Okay. Perfect. I will see if those jumper wires are long enough to go there. So pin 1, yeah, Oh yeah, these jumper wires are totally long enough to go to these locations. All right. So there we go. I'll fit it right there. And that'll make it easy to connect because the video cables will have to go about the same place. The only other thing I've got is I got to figure out how to get the wires out of this RF shield. I guess I could pull a 8-bit guy. I don't really want to do that. I'm wondering if I have cables that'll fit, because there's a hole in this, and it's very possible that I have cables that'll actually fit through the hole, and maybe that'll dictate which audio and video cables I use. If I use that for the audio and video, well, that monster cable is not fitting through that hole. Maybe I will just have to use the spared low expense 25-cent S-video cable. All right. I'll just use the hole in the back of that. Perfect. All right. So pin 1 is the orange wire. I'll leave these rather long. All right. Yep, pin 1, front side of R160, which is right here. Oh, if I can get it under here. Actually, maybe I might follow this higher volume instructions if I think I can. I might be able to get the wires in the higher volume location easier. Oh. No. Let me just... There we go. I'll go with my initial plan to just use the standard install location, because there's not vias super close. The video board was way easier to install, I'll give you that. It was basically almost plug and play. Except that plug and play didn't have jumpers. Although I guess technically it did, it's just they were usually soft jumpers. There we go. Yeah, this board is not from the 1980s, early 80s, late 70s. It's a modern board to give composite and S-video out, because some of the Ataris have really interesting video circuits. I think it was a few months ago I tried to put a tiny comp in this, and I realized that the way the video signal is generated internally, that you can't use a tiny comp, because by the time you have a signal to tap off of that has composite video, it's actually already been merged with the audio signal too. Because the RF modulator in the Atari 400 takes a pre-combined signal. Some RF modulators have separate audio and video signals, and they combine the two together, but in the Atari 400, it's done on the main board. So basically, that whiteboard is taking the place of the chip that mixed the most of the signals together to create the video signal, and then this yellow wire is tapping off of the component that has the chroma part of the video signal. And then that board combines those together to a video signal. And if anyone's wondering, these jumper wires like I'm using here, not ideal for what I'm doing, but yeah, it's like threading a needle, but given the header on that, that's about what I had to use. I don't have shrink wrap to be able to replace that shrink wrap. I'd have preferred if they'd used screw terminals like this. That would have been the easiest. All right, so let me just double check. Actually, you know, I bet this capacitor is connected to this resistor. Yeah, those are connected anyways. Okay. All right, so I got one wire in. You know, I'm not even installing these in the order they're in the instructions. I'm installing them in the order they're in the to recap section. All right, so that was the front side of R160. So what this board is doing is it's taking the audio. So I think that wire I just installed is actually where the audio is coming off the pokey chip here. I think this wire here that I'm about to install is tapping off the audio signal coming off the SIO bus. Because the problem with some audio mods is you lose the SIO audio. So this preserves that. So this goes on the right side of R170. I think at least in this case I have just a little bit more room to work. Let's see if I can't. All right. Okay, there we go. Excellent. All right, and now the third and fourth ones are actually probably going to be a bit easier because of a mistake I made earlier, which meant I had to replace this capacitor, so I actually have extra room to get the wires around it. So pin 3 is the right side of C182. Trying to make sure that I don't have any wire strands that are going to short the next component over. There we go. I think that looks good. And then this next wire goes on the other side of that capacitor. I think this is the this is where this audio board's getting its power from. Not that I don't think it requires much power. Oh. Actually, just... Oh, that might have been a reflection. Never mind. I was about to say, wait a minute. I think the leg of that capacitor is not soldered. I can just stick this wire through and solder them both. But no, it's just a reflection of the shiny solder. You know, kind of... Is there a via under that? Oh, there is a via under there. Okay, let me check that for... Oh. Okay. Not a problem. There is a via under that capacitor, but it's actually... It's also on the ground plane, so totally fine. Totally fine if I get a little bit of solder on it. There we go. All right, so there we go. And this last wire goes to the audio connector. And now I think this is going to be the really fun part of the project. Because these are basically two coax cables. I need to get this outer jacket off. I don't want to cut the shield because that's the ground. All right, I guess I want to go a little deeper. Oh, there we go. Started to get through it. Try the other. Almost. There we go. Oh, well, that's not quite. All right, there we go. So there's one. And that's the shield grounding. And I believe if I follow this cable, actually I'll just use the multimeter because that's silly. I don't know what gauge wire this is, but it is really tiny. Ah, 32 gauge. Wonderful. All right. So I think, if I had to guess, the white wire here is probably connected to the white one. Yep. Okay. Because the other one, I'll have to strip it off before you'll be able to see it, but the other one is actually red. So apparently when whoever manufactured this for whatever proprietary camera took this connector, I mean, it looks like something Canon might have done, but I don't know. It looks like they use a standard audio cable. There you go, you can see the red and white, instead of having a custom cable made that was white and yellow to match the video and audio. So oh, one moment while I get the outer insulation off the other side of the cable. There we go. And oh, hey Thomas, welcome back. You use cheap headphone wire, yeah. Oh yeah, that probably is headphone wire now that I look at that. All right. So there's my audio and my video, which actually I'm going to oh, just a little bit too long. I'll get my hot air gun out and I will something that electricians do when they need to run a different color wire than would normally be used for some reason, such as, well, reasons. You can use a little heat shrink tubing or tape. I think electricians usually use electrical tape. I would prefer to use heat shrink tubing because it'll not eventually fall off, but I will put some yellow heat shrink tubing over that to remind me, if I ever look at this in the future, that that's actually the video signal. And then there's my audio, which I will have to splice to the wire that is currently attached to the audio board. So now I've got this. I'll have to go find where I got my heat gun. So let me set that aside. And I think I realized I'm going to have to use this S-video cable. Because the monster cable really, I don't think I can, I don't really want to take a Dremel to the metal casing. All right, so all right, I will have to look up the pinout for S-video. Although, to their credit, despite the fact that this looked like an incredibly cheap cable, there are actually 4 conductors in it, so yay. I just need to figure out which one's chroma and which one's luma. All right. Well, I'll take a look at that when I actually go to install it. I'll probably cut the... Well, I'm not going to leave that much ground wire, for one thing. Okay. S-video pinout. So if I'm looking at the plug... Actually, it almost seems like it might be numbered in there, but I don't think it is. So it looks like pins 1 and 2 are ground. Pin 3 is luma, and pin 4 is chroma. Hello, Apples Anonymous. All right, so 2 of these are going to be ground. I'm fairly sure the green one is going to be one of the 2 ground signals. And I'm almost... almost be willing to guess, but I'll measure. Okay, so pin 1. Oh, so green is pin 4, color. Okay, black is one of the grounds. White is one of the grounds. So red is going to be luma. Red luma, green color. Okay. Well, I just figured out what pins are what on the cables I'm using for video and audio, and I'm trying to pass them through the hole that exists in the RF shield. All right. Because it is time to connect wires. So, this white wire is the audio signal. All right. And the best I've got is, well, I'll use some black heat shrink tubing because I don't have any white heat shrink tubing. You know, I think I might have stripped that wire just a bit too... There we go. Yeah, that was actually about 28 gauge, not 30 gauge. All right. All right. So that wire I need to splice together with this wire. All right. So there's that. I'm going to put a add a little bit of flux to help the solder wick into the wire. I do have the heat shrink tubing on. All right. That's not the best looking splice, but it's solid. other than the slight blob of solder at the one end, which I can take care of with a little bit of solder braid. There. Now I bet I'll be able to get the heat shrink tubing over it. There we go. And now I will find my heat gun, which always gets put in a different location every time I'm done with it. There we go. Also, I just turned the LC's monitor 90 degrees because I was getting nervous about which direction the end of the picture tube was pointed. The LC monitor I was working on yesterday on Dave's stream, that I still need to order components, but that will wait until I get a spectrometer, I don't know. Maybe I'm going a bit crazy. Maybe you'd go to the same lengths, but I want to find LEDs for the Gotex I'm going to put in the TRS-80 that are the same wavelength as the LED on the floppy drives currently. So I ordered a cheap $10 spectrometer. It's basically the thing that's got a diffraction grating in it that's labeled, and you look through one end, you point it at the light, and it'll break apart the wavelengths, and you see what the wavelength of the light is. Oh, there it is. Yes, my heat gun is setting on top of the dead dehumidifier that I now need to dispose of because it failed under warranty, and I guess Hisense discontinued the model because they sent me a refund, which, with this cute little letter that was basically saying that something to the effect of, we wish you didn't need our warranty, or we wish we didn't have to put a warranty on our products, but sometimes things goes awry. It was really weirdly worded. It was like the way they worded it. But yes, the good thing is I got a refund for the dehumidifier because they apparently had discontinued the model I'd bought, so they couldn't send me a replacement. Of course, the bad news is, well, guess who gets to dispose of a dehumidifier now? I was waiting until when they told me, gave me a status update and told me, yeah, we're sending you a refund, and I decided to hold on to the old dehumidifier until I got the refund check, so. Fortunately, the new dehumidifier, which is also a Hisense because that's what Lowe's carries, is working just fine, knock on wood. Jeremy, do you need a component from it? Because remember, well, I haven't disposed of it yet, but I am not holding on to it forever. Remember, putting things together that don't belong is your thing, not my thing. Oh, that heat shrink tubing didn't shrink. Okay. All right, well, we're going to... Well, I may take it apart and see what's salvageable from it, but... I think the one thing I'll find, though, is there's probably no refrigerant left in it, because I suspect it... the way it slowly stopped working, I'm suspecting the refrigerant all leaked out of it. There we go. All right. Okay, so I've got the audio cable spliced, connected the audio board. Now I need to deal with the video. So let me start with the yellow heat shrink here, just so that future me remembers, if these wires come loose, that that is actually the video. Because, yeah, I think Jeremy was right. They used a headphone cable to make that AV adapter that I sacrificed in the name of better video. Okay, there we go. And the nice thing about the heat shrink tubing is it won't eventually unsticky and become a big sticky mess. So I usually prefer that to electrical tape for marking things. All right. And I'm going to, let's see, yeah, that's heat shrink tubing, that's cable jacket. Well, I don't have any green heat shrink tubing, but I will, at least I'm gonna put some heat shrink tubing on part of this copper wire so I can at least leave it a little bit long to route the wires. And I guess I'll use blue because I don't have any green. Now, one of these is the audio ground, but I'm going to connect it to the video board because I don't really have a... There's not really a ground point that I can get this shield onto on the audio part of the circuit, so I think it'll be fine to use that same ground point. Actually, you know what I could do and make it a little easier? Maybe. Oh, I'll need bigger heat shrink tubing to try that. Let me see. Yeah, that was too big. All right, let's try. Where do I have this the next size down? I think that's the. Let me see if this is any different. It looks like it's the same diameter as what I just tried to put on that was too big. Well, Jeremy, there's only 2 ground terminals on this video board, so I was going to have to double them up somewhere, so I just figured why not double them in the heat shrink too. Nope, it's the wrong size heat shrink. Oh, the smaller heat shrink is really the heat shrink I need to use. There we go. I got it, Jeremy. Okay. Okay, so Yeah, Jeremy, you're good. I'm trying to work in cramped quarters here. Actually, what I need to do is, let me see here. All right, there we go. There's the, so that's going to be the audio and the composite video ground. And then give that terminal something a little better to bite on. Oh, I gotta open it. So, and there's the composite video. And then in the other, because there's two ground terminals on this board, the other ground terminal I will use for the S-video grounds. There we go. So there's the there's the composite video. That's the mod that started this whole thing, was just to get a composite mod. The fact that this board does S-video too, S-video as well, is a nice bonus. Yeah, Retro Pair Roundup, I enjoyed that, Jeremy. I'm glad they had you as a guest. I have to admit, I accidentally joined a few minutes late, because, well, I guess after I called family, I actually forgot that it was Retro Repair Roundup Sunday and got sidetracked. At least I was on YouTube when I got sidetracked and was watching something else, and I was like, looked over at the recommended videos. I'm like, oh, wait. Oh, Retro Repair Roundup. That looks like a new episode. Oh, that is a new episode. They're live now. Yeah, that episode that YouTube's suggesting I watch is so new, it's not finished yet. It's like instant cassettes. It's out in stores before they finished making the movie. All right, so it was, the ground is on this side. Yeah, I gotta catch the first part of it myself that I missed. Yeah, Jeremy was their guest last night, and it was a good retro repair roundup. And the next retro repair roundup will be in 3 weeks. I believe this is one of those odd months where there were 5 Sundays, so they get a bye week. So 3 Sundays. All right, so there's the grounds. And then I believe was the color was the green wire. And color, ground, chroma. It's the one right beside the ground. All right. And all right. And there we go. Now I just need to find a Hi, Rudy. My Atari 400 finally has a composite mod. Yay! Now I need to find a place to put a strain relief. I'm not sure there's a place to put one on this side. Ah, that's a bummer. So I got a wire strand poking out there. Let me take care of that. All right. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to be really careful with those wires. And I'll just have to put a strain relief on the inside. But anyways, there's the video mod and the audio mod. So now, yeah, I wish I could have tiny comped it, but the Atari 400's design kind of precludes it. But I have S-video and composite and audio. So, square knot. Well, yes, square knot would be good strain relief, but I have nowhere to square knot it to that I don't lose cable length. Because the only place where I could do it is here, but then I lose some of my cable length. But I think I'm going to have to do it because oh wait, that point won't work because I think that is no, I can't because that's where one of the screws goes through to hold the shield on. All right, bummer. I'll just have to do it another way. All right. I was thinking of going ahead and because I've got a capacitor kit. And I think I might as well go ahead and recap this. So I don't have to disassemble it. Oh, let's see here. Capacitor list. So C192. For the rest, there's only one capacitor electrolytic on the C192. Or is there one hiding from me? The C201 is there on the power supply. And C202, C204, is there. C205 is there. C207 is here. C209 is there. And C210 is there. Okay. Excellent. There is just the one electrolytic on the main board. So I'm just going to go ahead and... oh no. So Rudy says, I wish I had a way to show chats on the screen, but Rudy says to send your thoughts and prayers to Geek with social skills. He may have to evacuate his house due to fires getting close to his house. Yes, indeed. Oh, and yes, that's good. So I guess maybe you'll have it. Maybe you'll have your package tomorrow. UPS was estimating Wednesday, which I thought was a really long time, Jeremy. But then again, I don't know my geography down in your neck of the woods. All I know is that there was a surcharge for delivery location. So I don't know if are you out like in the middle of nowhere? It's all good. I am curious if you have any inkling of what it might be, but I'm not going to spill the beans. "10 microfarad, 16 volts. Okay, so it must be one of these. All right. So that I don't have to disassemble this again, I'm going to go ahead and recap this. And I'm just going to have to use some solder braid too. Oh, no wonder I'm having trouble removing that. Wow. Whoever soldered this on the board used a lot of solder. I would almost say that I replaced these, but I haven't. All right, well, let me see if I can get this capacitor out. Actually, because the legs are bent. There we go. Now I think I can. There we go. There we go. All right, that should be loose. I should be able to pull that out now, and oh, all right. Now I can get to the solder blob that's on this other one, and is sorry, it's just a bad angle to. I think if I had been thinking, I would have recapped this and then did the audio mod. But that's how we learn. All right. That's reasonable enough. Let me see if I can't... Maybe someday when I become a bigger YouTuber, I'll be able to afford a bigger workbench. There we go. Got the capacitor in. Let me solder that real quick. Oh, which I can probably actually show you the soldering because the board flips into the correct place. Yay. Yes, Rudy, if you're near a freshwater beach and there's a shark in the water, then there's definitely a problem. Well, that too, Jeremy. I have yet to find the right workbench at the thrift shop, and I have no idea where the closest flea market is. All right. So there's the one electrolytic that is on the main board. I guess everything else are ceramics. You're right, Rudy. It is not the size of the workbench. It's how much stuff you have on it. And at the moment, I have too much stuff on it. Yes, I could build one. And maybe lumber's actually somewhat affordable again, so I don't know. Maybe I might think about it. The problem is somewhat, though, really, my workbench is, the table I'm using is 24 inches deep, and really I need a 30-inch deep table. It's just too short. I know, it is a really quiet chat room. Not sure if it's just because I moved my stream to Monday so I could stream longer and because I did have a sinus headache. last Thursday evening. 48 inches would be too much, Jeremy. My arms aren't that long. I mean, maybe 36 inches, but well, that is true, Eric. The problem is, though, 24 inches isn't quite deep enough, really, to put my test instruments at right in front of me, or I guess at a position that's easier to access. So I had to compromise, and the soldering and desoldering's in front of me. Okay, so what I just did is I put a zip tie on the one side of these cables in here to keep them from pulling through. Too far. So that should give them enough slack so that I can put everything back together. So let me put the CPU card back in. And put the memory card back in. And then pivot the... Oh. Okay, so I need a little extra slack. Oh, no. Oh, is the CPU card... Oh, yeah, there's... And now I'm just trying to finagle everything into place. Well, Jeremy, it'd probably make more sense for me to find something locally when it gets to something that size. Well, that's a problem that I did not anticipate. These video cables interfere with the CPU card. Alright. Maybe I can run them under the CPU card. Oh, well, now that might be different, Jeremy. If you were actually headed out this way for some reason, that would be a completely different story. Oh, there's got to be another. I really don't want to Dremel this thing because that would not be reversible. Oh, 30 by 30 by 60. That'd be a pretty nice sized. As long as that's the top surface is 30 by 60 and not like 60 inches high, because that workbench otherwise would be too tall for me. It'd be a really tall workbench though. Well, of course, you know, Eric, I might just need to go look at my collection of oscilloscopes that I have that are in need of inspection and possible repair. I might have one that might be right up your alley. And by right up your alley, I mean it'd be an analog oscilloscope. Of course, I wouldn't blame you if you wanted a digital oscilloscope, but... Okay, so let me see. Take two. The problem that I didn't realize when I picked this hole that was already there is the... Oh, that hole, which I think is to let you be able to access this adjustment knob. Yeah, of course. Huh. Yeah. All right, I'll have to take a look at what I got. Oh, which also, speaking of that VHS, I hope you did get my. I did look up what it would cost to ship you that scope that you wanted to know about. And that the price actually included a little bit if I need to get a box or packing material, because I try to reuse what I can, but for something like that, I don't know that I have quite enough on hand. Obviously, if I find out that I'm wrong there, it's cheaper, because I think I added like $15 contingency for, I don't know exactly which box it's going in, so the dimensional weight might change, and also for the, if I gotta go like buy packing materials to make sure it arrives safely. But you probably won't, okay, I mean, no rush on it. I just want to make sure you saw it, and your name is on it. So I will hold on to it. So no rush. I just wanted to make sure you saw it and kind of get a yes, hold it for me, or it's more than I was expecting. So yeah, it is being held for you. And again, if I actually manage to find packing material I can reuse to safely get it to you, then I think the actual shipping cost was estimated at $35. But that was with the box size I estimated, so UPS loves their dimensional weight. So this is just not going to work the way I wanted it to. I mean, it seems like I really am going to have to create another hole in this shield for those cables to go through. Well, Rudy, at the moment I'm actually not enjoying the 400, because the hole I used, of course, is probably partially my fault for not realizing what the hole actually was in this RF shield, but I can't get I can't get it to go back together, because I used a hole in this RF shield that looks like it was actually a potentiometer adjustment access port. I thought it was a available place to stick cables through, but the cables are interfering with the CPU board. So at the moment, no, I'm just trying to get it back together so I can enjoy it. All right. Fortunately, this is the point where I guess I'll just have to remove those cables. Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to remove those cables, because I'm going to have to find another way to get those cables through the shield. Unfortunately, the way the cartridges go in, I think I got to put this back on. Unless there's like something I can do to the CPU board. Nope. No, that's got traces all the way to the top. Trying to think if I could maybe notch the top to let the cables pass, but no, that won't work. Okay. So I guess I will. Let me see. Oh. Well, I guess my. I was trying to see if I could pick my screwdriver up with my magnet, but nope. Screwdriver's too heavy. All right. Well, at least I didn't break my screwdriver tip. All right. I'll have to try this again. Okay. Well, Eric, I can't, the problem is I can't put it together. That's why I'm taking it apart. It physically will not fit the way I was trying to put it together. Because that hole yeah. Oh yeah, you can even, well, you can somewhat see it in there. That hole lines up with that potentiometer on the CPU board, which is why there was a conflict. So yeah, see, now that actually goes together. So I couldn't do what I was trying to do. I need to find another way to get those cables out. Well, I may need to drill a hole in the case, yes. Which means I can't drill a hole in the case tonight because I have misplaced my drill bits. But there might actually be another way. They might fit through there. And then I run them out the bottom, which means I need to go grab the other half of this RF shield. All right, let me see if that actually is a passable solution. Nope, that is not my drill bit index. let's see here, the other half of that. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Maybe that will work. I thought there was a metal piece that went on the bottom of that. I don't think there is. It's been so long since I've had this thing together. That's right. Okay, so this, yeah, there is not a metal piece that goes on the bottom of this. All right, I think now I've got a new place to stick the video cable out. And actually, that might actually be a good place, because looking at the case... All right, let me... Okay, let me find a bad place to stick all this stuff, which I'm sure I'll knock it off. So let me see here, so this screws together, and then that's going to go there. And oh yeah, that actually would probably, okay. There is a metal shield. Well, is there a metal shield? Okay, let me go back over to where I had these parts. Okay, let's see. The Atari parts are on the shelf that you all can't see. And no, I don't. See, that's the TRS or TI-99's shield. Well, if there's a metal shield for that Atari 400, then by golly, I've lost it. Of course, that might explain one of the random... Oh. Hold on. Oh. Is that what this is? I bet that's what this is. This metal piece that I kept wondering what in the world it was. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that explains what that metal piece was that I couldn't figure out what it was for. Yeah. Well, let me see if I can figure out where to put the hole, and then I'll go see if I can find... Does anyone know what kind of metal this is? I mean, it looks like something that a standard drill bit might actually have a chance of going through. Well, let's see, if I put that hole, like, here... It's 10. Yes, you do need the metal shield because of the cartridge slot. Rudy would make a new case out of concrete. Oh, I bet there's supposed to be a spring on that. Which is probably in the bag of hardware. I hope it is. Oh no, it's sprung up by the switch. That's right. Okay. All right. I think I see where I need to put the hole. Needs to go like right here. And then it would actually be a good place to just go out the case where the RF cable exits currently. All right. Well, before I actually commit to drilling the shield, let me double check that everything will fit the way I think it will. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this old RF cable because the way I did the mod, I can't use RF and the other video outs together, which is fine because RF is a pain in the rear to use these days. Or if you drop the TV on your foot, a pain in the foot to use these days. The site where I have the board, I think, leaves it up to your own imagination as to where to put the cables through. But I'll, let me check the manual. It actually had a printed manual that came with it. Let's see here. Okay, there are no hints in the manual. Let me see if the website suggests anything. Let's see here. It is. Atari. Ultimate Atari video. Let's see here. They have a wiki? All right, I'm trying to find the product page doesn't have any suggestions. I'm not sure they have a wiki. Maybe that's why they included a printed manual. Oh, they got a downloadable manual. They do not have a wiki. No, it would appear as if they have no suggestions on how to install this, so I guess I am going to have to drill a hole in the RF shield. If I can find my drill bits. But I guess I think the cables will fit through the, well, I don't know if they're going to fit through the case. Well, I can fit the composite video out the case. I don't know. Don't know where I'm going to put the, oh, wait. Oh, well, there's a convenient hole in the case that I can put the cables through. I mean, assuming I haven't overlooked something and there's actually something that goes there. No, actually, I don't think there is. All right, I guess I need drill bits. If anyone's wondering, there's the serial number. I guess now I won't be able to register it on iCloud. I do not know what this label is about. I don't know if someone bought this on October 27th of some year. $2207.79. July 22nd, 79. I don't know. Test before I drill. Well, that would make a lot of sense. Well, okay. All right, I guess I'll test before I drill. But first, I'm going to go ahead and just recap this board. Because actually, I may not be able to drill this stream because I really do not know where my drill bits have ended up. In fact, they could be on this workbench under stuff, and I probably wouldn't be able to see them. All right, let's go to recap this board here real quick. 1027 is the 10th week of 1927. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's a forward-looking statement. Maybe it's the 10th week of 2027. Maybe that's the date that the Pokey chip will implode. Just due to the uncertainties in the design that Atari's like, no one will be using it past 1999. No one will be using it past 1989. It's okay if it implodes in 2027. Uh-oh. Now I gotta see, oh, lovely. I think we have a real piece of archaeological history here. Yeah, never make fun of Pokey. Hair sensitive, yeah. Yeah, the Pokey chip in my Atari might be plotting to fail in 10 minutes just because I was making fun of it. You laugh, but... All right, for anyone that's curious, I didn't buy Gootwick recently because Amazon stopped carrying it in a budget-friendly 3-pack. So instead I ordered this SRA Flux, and it seems to work okay. It was available in a budget-friendly 3-pack. The Gootwick was like $5.99 for one of these little spools, and it wasn't even a... I think it's actually a shorter spool than this one. This one's actually a 10-foot spool. Wow, that is some really crusty solder. Let me add some fresh solder here. And Trina, I hope restarting your laptop fixes it, although you're probably already restarting it, so hopefully it fixes it. There we go. All right, yeah, glad you could join me, Rudy. Pleasure always. We'll see you next time. So, yep. So I'm gonna recap this power supply real quick. Although, of course, the this one capacitor here does not want to go quietly. Actually, I think the Gootwick works better. I may just have to break down and buy the big... I found it in like a 30... I think it was like a 30-foot spool. Or something that was, I guess, a reasonable price. Because this says it's 2.5 millimeter wick, but it sure feels narrower than Gootwick's 2.5 millimeter wick. Oh, I'll just have to buy the good stuff. And yeah, really, it was the Amazon wanted like $5.99 for one spool of Gootwick. I mean, I realized the price would have probably gone up on the 3-pack, but they just simply do not have the 3-pack anymore. Of course, if anyone knows of another place you can get Gootwick, then in the States. And it be real Gootwick and not like the fake stuff. Let me know in the chat. 'Cause I'm almost expecting someone's probably possibly searching it now. Wow. Maybe this wick works worse than I thought it did. So I thought I would start with the huge capacitor on the board, and wow. I'm actually wondering if it may be, all right. Maybe if the capacitors started to leak, because this solder is not Canadian Tire, yeah. Yeah, this is not one of the capacitors that you twist off the board. I will now name the capacitors that are acceptable to twist off the board. The capacitor that if you do not remove it off the board, your car will not start and the zombies will get you. This concludes the list of capacitors that you can twist off the board. And you know, Retro Techie, or any Canadians on the stream, I think it's totally hilarious that you have a chain of stores called Canadian Tire, and no one buys tires from them. Of course, then again, we have a chain of stores called Walmart, and no one buys walls from them, so, well, I guess there's that too. Of course, I know that's because it's Walmart, because the founder's name was Sam Walton, but... Oh, Retro Techie buys tires there. Oh, finally! Someone who buys tires at Canadian Tire. There we go. Ah, and sure enough, that is a 3-terminal capacitor. They have horrible garages. Yeah, they sell tires. Yeah, I was pretty sure they probably, given the Canadian consumer protection laws, that Canada Tire probably sold tires. Otherwise, they'd probably be called, like, I don't know, Canada, no tires. Canada everything but tires, maybe. There we go. That's a catchy store name. All right, at least I have now confirmed. Yes, they do sell tires, even if maybe elsewhere is a better place to buy them. I will let you all know when I see a Walmart that sells walls. All right. Okay, so now I got that capacitor off, and I see that okay, so those are the two positives, and those are negative. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. So that is the, yeah. There we go. So this is the old original one. As difficult as it was to get off of it, I was almost sure it was going to have leaked, but I guess not. So this is the new one. Nice, convenient, smaller size. And actually, I bet this will go on nicely because there's multiple holes. There we go. Ah, there we go. That actually, the inner holes fit the lead spacing nicely, so that'll look really nice. Oh, also very nice of Atari to have marked the negative side of the electrolytic capacitor on the back of the board. It's almost like they might have envisioned someone might be repairing this board in the future. Although, maybe not necessarily this far in the future. All right, there we go. Nice, wonderful new capacitor. Now let's see if I can't get the other ones on in a more expedient fashion. So I am going to, let's see here, replace the, okay, so there's those. And 200. Oh, hold on. I seem to be missing a capacitor, but I also know that I knocked things off the workbench. So let me oh, there it is. I knocked it off the workbench. So I will, next I'm going to do the two 470 microfarad 16 volts. And the replacements are considerably smaller. I'll just go ahead and get both of these. So let's see here. That should be the positive terminal. And there's the negative terminal, which is conveniently marked with a minus. And let's see, that capacitor is... Oh. Oh, no, it was that one there. Okay, and then this other capacitor is going to be there. And I think that one right there. Yep. Well, if the solder wants to melt, there we go. There we go. All right. These old, tired, don't even, oh, they are Marcon. This one was at least a Nippon Kimicon. Kimicon. And it looks like the replacements that Console 5 sent in this kit are Nichicons. Much nicer caps. Let's see here. I'm not sure if this power supply really needed recapped, but it couldn't hurt. Especially because those caps I just removed looked awfully tired, like they'd run hot. Alright, so let's see if I can't. There we go. There's those. And actually, one other thing I'm tempted to do before I put this together is check the voltage regulators. All right, so there's those two. Guess while I'm down on this end of the board, I'll remove this C210, which is the 22. Yep, so it's that one there. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and remove this one, and then I'll work my way back down the board. I think that was the right one. Let's see here. All right, I think the cap will come out now. There we go. All right, that one's a Marcom as well. I mean, if anything, maybe the I don't know, maybe the power going to the main board might be a little cleaner. There we go. All right, now let me work my way back up the board. So I guess I'll get these two ones here, which look to be yet another brand that I don't recognize. I mean, I guess I recognized Marcom, but I don't know what their quality was like. I don't know if they were good quality, or I got bought by someone, or bad quality and got bought by someone or went out of business, or maybe they're still in business and they just changed their name to some other company name. So I don't know what brand this was. Oh, capacitor looks like it has a caper. It says Japan. It's a caper. Oh, that's interesting. Atari logo. It says Innovative Leisure, it looks like. So I guess this was probably made before they got bought by Time Warner. Or I didn't look at the bottom very closely, one. Oh yeah, I remember that cap. That was the one that kind of looked funny on the end. I don't know that it's leaked, but I mean, there's no signs of leakage on the board, but There we go. I've been setting these caps to one side. I'll pull out my component tester. We'll take a look at some of them and see if they really needed replaced. Since I have the kit, I'd have to remove them to test them, but since I have the cap kit, I just figured I'd go ahead and replace them. So these are Vichy caps. Be a good cap. Go. I didn't quite get all the solder out of the positive terminals, which is odd because normally it's the negative ones I have trouble with. There we go. There's that one. So let me tack one side and yes, I sometimes, I guess I can bend the leads out slightly. I don't always like bending the leads just to make it easier on myself in the future if I ever have to replace the cap again. Which hopefully I won't. There we go. There's one of those. I'll get the other one. And I think, looking at my caps over to my left, there's one more smaller. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's 207. Let's see, negative. There we go. And then I'll take a look at the voltage regulators. And well, Trina, 50 years down the road, I will let my great-grandkids recap it. Or something like that. Guess it'll be that I will pass down the finely tuned art of recapping. Oh, interesting. All right, let me see. Let's see if there's a little section of this wick that. All right, let's try some fresh wick. All right, well, good night, Trina. Thanks for joining us. We got this one more cap. And if I can get the, I don't know if I can get the via clean. It's kind of a weird, there we go. Just required some persuasion. All right, and let's see here. There we go. All right. Negative's pointing the right way. And there we go. All right, so let's take a look at the capacitors I just removed. At least the ones I can fit in the tester. Well, that one's... Okay, that one's not going to fit in my tester. All right, so those are too big. That one, I think, has the wrong pin spacing to fit. Yeah, that one's not going to fit. This one, let me see here. This one I might actually be able to wrangle in the... Nope. Oh, there we go. Well, I almost had it. Nope, that one's too big. Well, I guess the only ones I'm going to be able to test are these little small ones. I don't have a meter. Well, actually, oh, I got solder on the one leg there. There we go. Now I think I might be able to. Okay, so I think I got that one in. I need to get one of those meters that can take leads. So that is a 10 microfarad, reading is 12. Well, that's probably within tolerance. Although voltage loss of 1. Oh, that one I had to clip to get out. So that one I'm not going to be able to test. This one... Ooh! Voltage loss of 5%, ESR 3.1 ohms, 41.5 microfarad. And this is actually a 22 microfarad capacitor. That one's kind of out of spec. Well, maybe, considering that the voltage loss on that was so high, maybe it was good to replace these caps. Because that one might have started to give me trouble. All right. Okay, for some of these that are too big for my the one that shows me ESR, I'll at least Thomas, I think the cable with the yellow stripe was so that when you put the two floppy drives in, one is the upper and one's the lower drive, and I think they might have used a separate color cable for both. Oh, actually I had that in right the first time. All right, so this one's reading it's supposed to be 470 microfarads. And it's reading as you can't see it. Well, that I dare say is a bad cap. It's a 470 microfarad. It's reading as 0.5 microfarads? Millifarads? I don't know. That doesn't look right. Okay. Let's try the other one that's just like it. These two I'm testing now are the ones that look really faded. Okay, that's also odd because I think this meter actually has a microfarad. Although maybe because the digits, maybe that is fine. Maybe it is fine. Maybe it's just because of the number of digits it has. Maybe it went up the next reading up. I don't know. I'm not used to reading capacitors with this meter. I prefer my little ESR meter, but these caps are just too big. See, there's nanofarads, MF, but there's also a micro sign. 2. Oh, okay, so maybe those two were fine. Well, they were reading a little high, but this doesn't do ESR. Or does it? Oh, no, it doesn't like that. It's like, oh, well, I'll just put it on ohms mode. I'll get one of those ESR meters. Like, I want one like Adrian Black has, because it looks like it'd be really convenient for testing these caps, and it seems like it sometimes can better read these in circuit too. Yeah, at least the capacitance on that reads fine. I am doubtful the ESR is right, but okay. Well, all right. Not sure that was a slam dunk. Although the one capacitor had a really high voltage drop on it, so I guess it's just as well. So the one other thing I wanted to do was take a look at these voltage regulators. So this one is a 78 M12. And then that one's a 7805. '78. Just double check. '78 M12. Double checking something here. Oh yeah, okay. All right, so I am going to try something here. Okay, so this is the 5-volt regulator. And I've seen Jan Beta just replace these when he works on Ataris, so... But I am going to actually try something I've seen him do. And he replaces the 5-volt regulator with the S version, which runs cooler. And to do that, I'm doing something he doesn't normally do, and that's get the solder braid stuck to the solder pads. Yay. I am going to order Gootwick at my earliest opportunity. Gootwick works better. That's apparently why it's Goot. I mean, I suspect this linear regulator is totally fine, but Jan Beta seems to replace them just if he's working on it, so I'm going to take that as a hint. Besides, I think running a little cooler is a nice thing. Oh, I can get the... Oh, well. Eric, I didn't realize that the yellow cable had several pins disconnected. Maybe there is something more special about it than I realized. I was thinking it was on the second, the lower drive in the SC I bought that actually had two floppy drives in it. But well, Eric, I'll get right to Radio Shack and get some Archer desoldering braid from the 1970s. Also, fun fact, heat travels through the metal parts of components really nicely. All right, so that was the 7805. So I'm going to put one of these nice... So you have a for real Radio Shack. Wow. Well, we actually, interestingly enough, at one point had two Radio Shacks. They were across the street from each other, although more accurately across the highway, as it was the on the highway, I guess. Well, and I kept wondering to myself, I wonder when Radio Shack is going to close one of these stores, because this is awfully weird that they have two stores so close together, even if one of them was in the mall. And one of them was in a strip mall on the other side of the highway. Wondered for the longest time. Then finally got my answer when Radio Shack closed both of them, along with lots of other stores in the U.S. That was not quite the answer I was expecting to my question, but, well, I guess I should have seen that one coming. There was one with component parts. Oh, wow. All right. So I just put some fresh thermal paste on this component. Going to put the screw back on it. I unnecessarily, because I don't know where, I've got a tube of plain silicon thermal grease somewhere, but I don't know where it is, so I used Arctic MX4, so this will be an unnecessarily thermal compounded linear regulator. And it's the it's the S version, so it should run cooler too. I'd have probably preferred to use MX5, but Arctic discontinued it. And I actually used the last of it on my Threadripper. Oh, well, that was... Well, that was genius. All right, let me make sure that I didn't actually create a solder bridge backstent. And then I'll look at the other regulator. Let's see here. Excellent. All right. There we go. There's the new linear regulator. It's slightly crooked, but it'll work just fine. And then here's the 12-volt one. So I'm going to swap it out for... I guess if anyone's wondering, the 5-volt linear regulator I removed looks like it's from a National Semiconductor. Actually, not a bad part. I think it just runs warm. This 12-volt linear regulator, though, on the other hand, I don't recognize the brand on it. It's probably a... kind of looks like a cheap, generic one. Oh, cool, Jeremy. Well, if I'm ever in your neck of the woods, I will have to check that Radio Shack out. It's like if I'm ever up, I guess, closer to Eric's neck of the woods, I'll have to check that one out, too. Especially if you walk in it, it has that unique chime that all the Radio Shack stores seem to have. Of course, I think it was you could get the component that made the chime noise out of their component bins too to make your own project, but I don't know. It was like every Radio Shack had that same chime on the door. Almost like it was a kit. It was like, oh, you're going to open a Radio Shack store. Okay, well, how many doors do you have? Okay, well, here's the door open sensor for each of your doors. Of course, I guess the ones in the mall, did they have a chime on their opening too? I don't know. I don't know that I went into the one at the mall as much. Of course, seemingly a mall might be a endangered species. At least the Of course, there's lots of strip malls here, but I guess the mall where the Penny's was and the Sears was, and well, I guess the Belk is still there, but Home Depot bought the most of the mall. Yeah, the photosensor door kit. Yeah, I was thinking that they sold that component. Of course. Oh yeah, so at the moment, Home Depot hasn't owned the mall long enough for them to have probably released their plans. But it won't surprise me when they go before that county's architectural review board and then go for the zoning board and probably eventually get a demolition permit to tear down the I suspect they'll probably demolish the I mean, I could be wrong. They might, I don't know. For all I know, they'll subdivide the mall and tear down like one end of it and leave the rest up. Resell the part they didn't want for the Home Depot store, but well, there is a foregone conclusion when Home Depot buys the mall. Well, they're probably finally going to try to open a location in your area. Although I do know they won't be able to tear down the whole mall because the The old Penny's is actually a different parcel, and there's actually someone that bought it separately, so at least that part of the mall will probably remain standing. Although, interestingly enough, I don't know how many Penny's it was, but Penny's actually used to have car centers at some of their stores. The county where the Penny's was actually bought the Penny's building. They're going to turn it into a vehicle maintenance center for county vehicles. So I kind of thought that was kind of a maybe somewhat of an irony. Of course, I don't know if the Penny's at our mall, I don't know that it had a vehicle like a car center. I think it was actually maybe too new. But yeah, there were actually, yeah, they did that to compete with Sears, yes. So, because yeah, it was kind of, you could go to Penny's and they had the hair salon, and they had the photo studio and the car center and trying to pretty much keep you in the Penny's for everything. Just like I guess Sears was doing it too. Yeah, I think our mall's Penny's was too new to have it, but I believe the Penny's where I went to college, now I believe that one was actually old enough that it actually had a car center at it at one time. And in fact, I think you can kind of see the vestiges of it even today. You can kind of tell where it was. Yeah, Sears is like way behind. In fact, I sometimes wonder how relevant Sears is now, considering they've sold off because let's see, they sold off Craftsman, they sold off Land's End, Eddie Bauer. Did they sell off Kenmore? Something tells me they might have sold off Kenmore too. It's like the whole reason you'd go to Sears was for their brands. Yeah, this area, we had a Kmart, we have a Sears, we have neither now. Kmart's kind of a hulking eyesore because I think they had to board up the windows. What was it? The Gold's Gym that was beside it is an eyesore too because that closed. Because I don't remember when they closed, but I think there was supposedly something coming soon. Not. Of course, the Sears is empty. Well, at least I got new regulators. All right. Yeah. Oh yeah, the screwdriver outlet series. Yeah, it did have that special smell. Oh, I don't know why. Why do I want to? It's about to contact clean the switch that was for the RF select channel select. I'm like, wait a minute. It's okay if that switch is crusty. All right, so power supply board is recapped. So let me see if I can put this back together enough to test it. All right. Oh, let's see here. You know, because I got all these little wire bits from where I was doing wiring, I think I will at least be nice to myself and set this down in the shell. So we'll okay. Let's see here. Power supply goes here. Oh, I want to connect. Let's see here. At least going to connect the speaker again. All right. Let's see here. I guess I need to connect enough of this video to at least get. So, you know, I'm going to. We'll remove that since I'm not actually screwing it together because I don't know how well it will stay. And let's see here. Do I want S video or do I want component video? Oh, I'll hook up. I will do S video. Okay. And the reason I'm going to do S video is because that's the first cable I grabbed. How's that for? A selection to choose which one you want. Okay, so ground, and then chroma. And get it to go in the. Oh. Actually, it just dawned on me. I might actually be able to I'd wanted to use the better S-video cable, but it wouldn't fit through the hole I was going to try to use. But now that I'm going to have to drill a hole in the RF shield to run these cables out, I can actually switch cables and use the better S-video cable. But for now, we'll use this one that I already have. All right. So let me find the other end of the cable, and I think my scaler has S-video inputs. I mean, as expensive as it was when it was new, I would hope it has S-video inputs. Granted, I bought it used off eBay, so I guess I can't be quite as disappointed if it actually doesn't have S-video. It will just be merely annoying. All right, let me see if I can get the power connector together. Oh, actually, let me see. There we go. Slightly fiddly power or interconnect between those two boards. There we go. So I got S-video. I'm not going to try sound because I don't have a sound input to put it in anyways. Power. Let me go around and let me go plug the S-video into the scaler. No, it does not have S-video. Wah, wah, wah. Of course not. Okay. I will now connect the other cable. Still, I'm not going to plug sound in because I don't have an input for the sound. But, well, I guess we'll just have to use composite. I will have to see if the S-video works another way. What's one of these TVs that I have down here? Actually, hold on just one moment. Just realized one of these two TVs I have down here might actually have S-video on them. No. No, that one does not. Well, if that one doesn't, then I bet the other one doesn't. If I can remember where I put it. Oh, no, come on. Oh. Actually, I think it's currently acting as a shelf for oscilloscope parts. All right, well, that's not going to help. Okay, I do not have what I need to use the... Oh. Now I see that the hole in the case I was going to use for these cables is where the RF selector switch is on the power supply. I may, since that function is no longer needed, I may actually just desolder that switch and still put the cables through that hole in the outer case. Or at least the S-video cable out that hole, because I guess if I ever wanted RF output, I can always resolder it back on. All right, so there's the composite. Let me attach this ground. Kind of flipping through the manual to see if there was any suggestions for how to route cables anywhere in the manual. I did notice it might have some information on grounding. There's a ground pad right here, and it's possible that some of these grounds for the various video things might actually be better to solder them to that ground pad than to try to put them in the grounding terminal on the back. But I'll have to read more on that in the manual. All right. All right, well, I guess that is good enough. Good enough to power up. All right. We are going to have a wonderful composite video. I guess naturally that would be the only one that I'd have the ability to put in the scaler. Of course, I guess that is the one I was originally thinking of doing. Just a composite mod. The S-Video was a free upgrade. All right. Now, I certainly hope this is a high-quality composite video signal. I mean, I don't remember that board being, like, stupidly expensive, but it definitely is a, I think what I would call a premium product. All right. I'll just change the input on my scaler. And let me open the preview window first in the hopes that that will then mean that when I change to the capture input, OBS will not mess with the because if I don't open the capture window and then I switch to OBS, it sometimes changes the transform of the object that the capture window is associated with. All right. So I guess we'll pop in the Atari Basic cartridge. And well, that's well, I am trying to make it so. All right, let me double check that I didn't mix up some wires, because that color in, ground, chroma luma, composite video, ground. Okay. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Didn't work the first time. I don't know why. Yay. All right. Well, now there is something that I have not tested to date. Do not want to get thermal paste on it. It is an absolutely wonderful cable. Let me see if I can plug it back in. I don't know if the keyboard even works. Because everything I've done up to now, I've not bothered plugging the keyboard back in. And it would probably be my luck that this keyboard doesn't work, which would mean that just, oh, is that connector in? Wow, that is an awful connector. There we go. All right. Oh. Let's see here. Where's the quote? It. See if anyone. See if anyone gets the reference. I know, it's probably way too easy. That's weird. Well, that was going so well, and then it just kind of glitched. Of course, kind of hard to do anything and hold the switch down. So let me apply some new gaff tape to hold the switch down for me. All right. Try this again. Yeah, that was Adrian's digital basement. I'm still kind of surprised this keyboard works, although it is just as awful as I imagined it. Although, I'm not a fan of the semicolon after the print statement because it just makes it weird. But why not? Okay, let's see. Break. Oh, I guess Atari doesn't do the edit thing like Commodore will let you do. Of course not. 10 print. Yeah, that's just weird. I did put a space for the second quote. It's still weird. But at least it works. You know, I must have touched the back of this keyboard to some. I don't know. I must have bumped something, or maybe the switch. I didn't have the switch fully pressed down because I was trying to hold it manually. guess at least while I'm letting that run, let me just kind of confirm voltages here. I can find a convenient point to test voltages. After all, place the linear regulators just because Jan Beta seems to always do it on Ataris. I could be wrong, but yeah, no, blazing fast. All right, so I think, let's see here, there should be 5 volts across this capacitor. Oh. No, I thought there was. Oh. Yeah, 4.97 volts, that looks good. Let me see here, I wonder where 12 volts is going to. Probably 12 volts on the SIO port. Oh, here we go. There's 12 volts. 12.05 volts. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right. Yeah, blazing fast. All right. Let's see here. Let's see what other cartridges I have. Let's see here. Actually, I should have one more cartridge floating around here somewhere. All right, so here's a game. Oh, that's disappointing. I did not seat the game right. Oh, that's weird. Oh, well, this game cartridge needs repaired. Well, what do you know? It looks like I tried to use this game cartridge and I think the PCB has broken off its mounting points or something. Let me take a quick peek inside. Looks like there's only one screw holding it closed. I bet that is deceiving. What? Oh. Alright, let me see if I can figure out how you get these apart. I probably need a spudger. Well, might have to look this up. So I removed the one screw, and by golly, I thought it would just like start to separate, but I don't know if I need to remove the metal piece. Let me see if I can find my spudger. There it is. So I have to like remove the screw. Because the cartridge is loose in here. Oh, okay. Maybe that is what you got to do. All right, let me see if I can get this metal piece off, because it looks like the screw holds the metal back on. Oh, there we go. Oh. Well, that's weird. How do you remove the cartridge? Okay, so maybe the cartridge isn't... Oh, there we go. Okay, so the cartridge had just come unclipped there on the top. Okay, looks like it's good. Huh, interesting. I don't know if those are two ROMs or if one of those is an SRAM. It's the Pac-Man, if anyone's wondering. All right, well, it looks like I got the board resecured in it. I bet this game will play now. All right, let's see. Oh, would help if I... Actually, that looks weird. Is it really supposed to do that? Press select for two-player game. Press start to play game. No, I would say it's not supposed to do that. That is weird. Huh. Well, I would say that, well, it's probably the cartridge. Yeah. Bought it. Oh, you bought it just for the Pac-Man. Yeah, I was kind of glad that Pac-Man or the shield. Oh, the shield's actually not under it, Thomas. I after seeing how misaligned it was looking, just setting it down, I removed the shield. Yeah, I kind of... Because I know the Pac-Man for the Atari 2600 was really kind of lame. So I was kind of really wanting this Pac-Man because I thought it might actually be a good version of Pac-Man. All right. I might have to try to remove this board out of here. Maybe there's... Okay, well, let me... So I cleaned the contacts. Let me see what it does now. Yeah, that doesn't look right. Let me see if I can get the board out of here. Oh, there's got to be some secret to disassembling these. All right, well, there's that. And then hopefully I can... Let me see if I can unclip the game board on the top. There we go. Come on, game. I just want to remove the board. You know, this shutter system on Atari carts to keep them safe is really nice and all until you, need to remove the board to inspect it. Let me see if I can... There we go. Well, All right, let me see if I can. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's gonna be fun to put back together. Yeah, I bet there's something wrong with my Pac-Man cart. Take a look at the solder joints here real quick. All right, let me set this to the side. I'll look up what those chips are in a moment. I'm wondering if maybe that cartridge has a see, the basic cartridge worked. I'm not sure where my other game cartridge went. It's floating on my desk somewhere. Ah, well, the Atari music cartridge works. That's good. Let me see where Space Invaders went, because I know Space Invaders worked. Because I loaded it before. It's just floating around on my desk somewhere. Okay, well, let's see here. Edit music. Yeah, that looks phrase. Phrase. I don't know how this works. Phrase number 1. No, I don't want to erase. Let's see. Stop. Stop. Maybe range music. Well, this does seem to be working, even if I don't know how it works. Okay, well, that cartridge seems to work. So maybe there is something wrong with my Pac-Man cartridge, which is a shame. Like, isn't that the game you wanted to play on Atari, was Pac-Man? I mean, that seems to me to be the platform game, was Pac-Man. I found my tape measure. For whatever that's worth. Oh, here it is. Space Invaders. Well, that looks pretty good. Let's see here. What if I start? Let's see. I don't know how to. Don't know what the keyboard commands are for Space Invaders, or is it one that requires the joystick? I bet that requires the joystick. Probably. I don't have the joystick. Okay, well let's okay, first I'm gonna take just open the back of one of these cartridges that works. I wanna see what's inside of it. I'll have to get a Atari joystick. Yeah, it didn't come with the joystick. Joystick would have probably been as badly as this 400 was packaged when I got it. Any joysticks that were in it would have just broken. Oh, that's neat. So this is what's in Space Invaders. It's socketed, which is really interesting. But it looks like it just has a single ROM. Okay. Whereas the Pac-Man cartridge I have has a ROM and something else. Let's see what the other thing is. Wondering if it's an SRAM, although I don't know why it would have an SRAM. Okay, so I got 3 cartridges that work and 1 that doesn't. What is this other component here? Atari. So it's marked as a C014522A-05. It's actually Atari branded. No, that's not it. TTL part. Well, whatever it is, it's in a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's in a DIP 24 package, whatever it is. Let me see. Pac-Man is a CXL4022. Trying to find a little information. I mean, it could be find it. I mean, maybe it's 2 ROMs. Although the interesting thing is, although I guess maybe it's not interesting, the C012422A-08. Oh, maybe it's 2 ROMs. Although one just has copyright Atari because it was made by some other company, but the other one's actually has Atari branding. So I guess maybe they were just getting what they could get. Because the A601 chip position looks like it's a part number C012422A-08. And then the one in the A602 position is a C014522A-05. Interesting. Hey Dave, welcome. I don't know if the no sound was because there's something wrong with the speaker in this Atari, or I don't have the sound hooked up. Maybe that's it. That's probably it. I don't have the sound hooked up because I don't have an audio input on this computer to hook it up to. Well, actually, technically I do, but the audio input device is buried on my desk, and well, actually, I just found it. Well, OBS also can be unhappy when you plug in new inputs. Oh, but the device is already plugged in. Maybe it's fine. Let me see if I can plug in the audio. That might give us a clue. Hold, please. See, I just need to plug this cable in. All right, so there's that. Oh, and then, all right, let me see if I can plug the audio in. Of course, the thing is, if I do this, I won't be able to hear the audio. But I guess the other thing is I know if the audio is too loud that everyone will let me know in the chat, so no biggie. Okay. Let me see here. If I go back to the capture input and go to input 1. Oh, okay. Actually, it might already be set up. So, okay, so I'm gonna plug Pac-Man back in. I see it looks like there is something going into the audio input, but I can't hear it. It might just be static. So you'll have to tell me what you heard. Let me plug in Space Invaders because it actually seemed like it's working. Low volume buzzing. Okay, well. Whoa. Okay, sorry, users. Okay, that's okay. I probably just blew out everyone's eardrums. Sorry about that. Yeah, that audio looked like it was really, really, really hot. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, that's probably at least a little. Okay, at least I'm not peeking out so loud that it the bar turns red in OBS. Although that's probably still a bit probably a bit louder than I'd normally set it. But yeah, okay. So at least the sound works. Okay, what's in? No. So my Pac-Man doesn't work. I bet these are 2 ROMs, and I bet one of them's gone bad. All right, I guess I can try some contact cleaner as a last resort. On the cartridge, I guess I can. All right. Let that dry for a moment. I put in the 48K RAM upgrade that it's 48K. It is it's this one right here. Oh, wait, that's not it. That's the Atari 800 version. Whoops. Had the wrong page open. No, it's that one. That's the one I got. Yeah, no. I had the wrong page open. I was looking to see if the 800 one looked the same as the 400 one. Okay, so I have contact cleaned. So either, yeah, I guess my Pac-Man cartridge is dead. Probably really I guess that's probably the problem. It's the Pac-Man cartridge. I guess I'll have to see if I can't somehow get I'm probably for certain the ROM image of this cartridge is on the internet. If it's not, that'd be really weird. Hit start. Well, you're in for a treat, Thomas. I think the Pac-Man ROM is corrupted too, because if I hit start, well, I don't have an 800 to try this cartridge in. So if I hit start, that's what you get. That is completely unplayable. Although there's the ghosts. I think I bet the ROM is corrupted. Or one of them. Because that kind of looks like it's not loading sprites. I don't think reflowing the contacts are going to help. I don't know what kind of ROMs these are to know if I can read them. 42525. They're DIP 24s. Oh, the sound was almost perfect? You've seen this error before. Well, maybe someone's put it on the YouTubes? Let's see here. Atari 400 Pac-Man? Let's see. Maybe someone else has seen this problem. Well, I guess there's one thing I could do, although I checked my work and I don't think I got those 4 wires mixed up, but All right. Oh, I don't think loaning the 400 would really probably do much. Oh. Well, that's weird. Now it's acting like the Pac-Man cartridge isn't even there. Um, all right, just a second, Thomas. So I put the original RAM card back in just to see if it had anything to do with that, and that actually seems like my Pac-Man cartridge is now, well, of course, maybe it's because the, I think my Pac-Man cartridge might actually have died. Oh, there we go. Now it's cooperating again. I'm looking on YouTube, and I can see from the thumbnails of videos on Pac-Man for the Atari 400 that the lines with the static on them were the lines that had sprites. So, Thomas, the Pac-Man game I have is. Hold on, I'm trying to flip the cartridge over. It's this one right here. Atari CXL4022. Pac-Man, computer game, trademark of Bally Midway Manufacturing Company, licensed by Namco America Inc. Used with joystick controllers. Well, I don't have any joystick controllers, but I doubt that's the problem. So, the real. What is that? Not the real Atari Pac-Man? Yep, right there it is. Pac-Man. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm looking on Atari. I guess Atari Mania. Rarity of I. That rarity scale does not help if you don't tell me what the rarity scale means. All right. Actually, maybe Atari Mania. Of course, I can't see the chat while I'm searching this. Well, I don't know. I don't think that's the PAL version, but I guess maybe it could be. Oh, well, that's good. Oh yeah, right there. Atari 8-bit computer cartridge PCB. I'll download the Gerbers and order those boards from somewhere else. There we go. Yeah, I guess that's what I'll do. I'll order some of those boards and probably program a new ROM and fix my Pac-Man cartridge that way. Because something tells me that one of those ROMs is busticated. Guess maybe I can tell which one it is. Yep, that's it. They could have picked a better screenshot for their listing. Okay, interestingly enough, I think one of these ROMs is actually maybe no. I was trying to feel if one of them was like running hot, but no, they're that's not going to help me figure out which one's bad. Yeah, one of them's bad, probably, or they're both bad. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to fix my Pac-Man by unless I can build an adapter to replace these ROMs with a um, EEPROM. I'll just order some cartridge PCBs and program a ROM and fix it that way. That'll at least let me play Pac-Man on the machine, even if it's not the original cartridge. It'll at least look original. Although, I'll probably put a little label on it that marks it as a replacement PCB, just for anyone acquires it after I have it and I'm done with it. Or so I remember it's the one that's repaired in case I get another Pac-Man cartridge. I wouldn't want to, if I have more than one, mix them up and give someone the wrong one if they're really after the original or whatnot. Atari used an odd CS line, yeah. All right, so I guess for my Atari 400, I'm going to have to find some joysticks. At least the keyboard seems to work, as awful as it is. But I still would be game for trying an improved keyboard if one come to fruition. Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, that'd be cool, Jeremy. I think that is about where I'm going to end the stream tonight. Because this is kind of a good stopping point because my desk is covered with everything. So, got the Atari 400, RAM upgrades installed. It seems to be working. I don't have a memory test to run. The sound and video seem to be working. I can't test the S video at the moment. I think there's probably a way to get S video into my capture card. Oh, wait, no, I do have an S video capture card. I may have to see about if I've got another USB port on that computer I can plug it into. Got the caps replaced. Don't know if really they needed replaced. Put new linear regulators on, so I guess they'll be working better. It does seem like the video is clearer with the video adapter, and I guess the caps are placed, so maybe there's that. So, yay! Guess the only drawback is my Pac-Man cartridge doesn't work. So, boo. So, yep, I'll get some joysticks and be able to try out some of these games. I'd like to get the Microsoft Basic cartridge, but it's kind of a bit pricey. Although I bet if I look on Atari Mania, they may have the ROM image for it, because I don't really necessarily need the Microsoft Basic cartridge. I just wanted Microsoft Basic for the system. Yeah, the video quality looks really nice. So I guess if anyone is curious, now that I've seen it, so let's see here. Oh, wrong one. There we go. So this is the video board I got. And I think I think that's the version I got right there. It's the plugin. $34.99. Ultimate Atari Video. Works for the 400, 800, XL, XE, 1088, XEL, and XLD. Actually, I think it works for more Ataris than that. Let me see. Comes with a 56-page book. I mean, it's printed on a laser printer, but yeah. So it looks like you can install it on the 2600 Junior, the Sears Video Arcade 2, which is Atari 2800, Coleco, Gemini, Atari 5200, 7800, then the 400, 600 XL, 800, 1200 XL, 800 XL, 130 XE. I think pretty much, yeah, the A8 machines. Yeah, so pretty much very flexible. Board. And then the there it is. And then the sound mod I got was this one here, the internal audio board. Now you can buy this with the what they call a Bobby, which is supposedly something to help you run the outputs. Let me see. Where's the link? I think is here, because you can buy this bundled. But the thing is, I didn't buy this because there's while it looked like it was a box that had all the audio and video ports on it, it didn't seem like it would help the installation, so I didn't buy it. Even though it said it's the perfect companion to their 400 internal audio board and UAV, it didn't seem like it had any. It didn't seem like it'd make the installation any easier. It's not like it magically created a hole in the RF shield or anything like that. But anyways, so that's what I got. So it was the 48K memory upgrade board. I bought it from Tindy. This seller also sells them on eBay, but they are like $5 cheaper on Tindy. Probably because Tindy charges less than eBay. So I would go check them out on Tindy if you want one of these memory upgrade boards. They do have other memory upgrades for Atari. So as I accidentally copied, they have an Atari 800 one. They have 1056K memory upgrade boards for the 400 and 800. I decided I didn't really need that because, um, well, 48K is enough for everyone. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna use with 48K right now, so I saved a few bucks. Um, even 320K memory upgrade for the Atari XL computers, 64K memory upgrade for the Atari 600 XL. Yeah, nice RAM upgrades for Ataris. And then the Brewing Academy for the video and audio. So that's kind of what I went with. And oh, uh, do you want imperial or metric units? Because if you want imperial units, the tape measure is right in front of me. If you want metric units, I'll get those to you. I suspect you're probably going to need metric units. When I go upstairs, I'm not coming back downstairs tonight. Um, oh, also an SD cartridge. I may have to check that out. Thomas Armstrong got one SE working, and one SE gets to a death chime. Well, death chime, I guess, is good. All right. At least means you're getting a little bit into the BIOS. I'll get you. I can get you metric later, Jeremy. But it's it looks like it is, and I'll let me switch to the table cam so you can actually see. So up to the edge of the label, it looks like it is 11 and 5/16 wide by 4 1/4 tall. And I guess it looks like there is, because you, it looks like the screw locations are at 3. So starting from the left, 3 15/16, 5 and 11/16, and 8 and 7/16. Although that one might be just a smidge further than that. And then I guess on the bottom, it looks like they are at 3 1/8. There's a notch at about 5 and 5/8, and it looks like that notch is about 1/2 inch wide. And then one more at 8 1/8. Next time I'm in the basement, I'll make a note to bring my metric tape measure down, and I can double check those in metric because some of these may line up better in metric. But at least you've got the imperial units. So, but anyways, yeah, that is the Atari 400. It is working well. I think it'll be enjoyable. Someday it might even have a better keyboard if Jeremy's questions aren't maybe a hint. And this has been, well, I guess a little bit for Atari that Jeremy came up with the name for. So I think next time I stream, which I'm trying to do some work on the house this week, so I don't know if I'll stream Thursday, but I might. I have the Atari 1050 floppy drive, and that will be that'll be the next item I do for Atari. Not that I have any Atari discs, but at least it'd be nice to get the floppy drive back together, as it needs recapped and it needs the belt replaced and cleaned and whatnot. So at least I'll get it ready to be able to use with discs when I get them. Anyways, that is going to be where I call the stream. I am definitely ready to get something to drink because I have been streaming for 6 hours. I'm just at 6 hours. Cool. And if anyone's curious, over 6 hours, I have dropped 708 frames. Probably won't notice because that's like 0.1%. So anyways, the 410 tape drive. I might get one of those. That might be a cool accessory. But that's a later decision. Anyways, thank you for tuning in. I'd like to wish everyone a good night or a good evening or a good afternoon or a good morning, depending on which time zone you're in. Hope to see you here next time. And until then, take care. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.